Testing. Welcome to Beauty Magazine and Chambers Publishing present Granville, a styled hair story. Hey, don't be interrupting me there, you know, like, keep it live so I can hear myself talk. Man, don't start buffering. I do not want to see buffering. We're 2 seconds into the video and you're already buffering. Cut it out, YouTube. Excuse me. So what am I doing? I'm on the wrong. Really? Seriously? Learn to use the right keyboard, Nummy. Alright. So, I am working on the thumbnail still, but at least now we have a real one started. Okay. So, for those who have not been around the past few days, I'm on a site called runwayml.com. It is an AI creation site for creating videos and images and like text to video things. You know, you tell it your story. This has actual AI built in called Claude, and I asked Claude to while making these bits that we have not added to the thumbnail yet to give me something that I can share with y'all. So let me see if I can add that to the thumbnail. Okay, that's what I gave him after I edited this part. So, canon. For those of you who've been around, I have the Sims 4 story called Beauty Magazine. In 1998, Beauty Magazine was launched. It was March of '98. Beatrice Albright is the publisher. In 2004, the magazine was and Chambers Publishing were bought out by Regency. But in this thing that I'm doing now, I have incorporated Granville, a town that I have been using in many different stories for The Sims and such for many years. It's something where I just looked at a map of Michigan and was like looking around for town names, and I think I saw either a Granville or something, and so this story of this project This consultation book project takes place in the fictitious town of Granville that is part of the beauty magazine universe, or the Beautyverse. And the gist of it goes that, excuse me, I need to get back to the one that we need. This. June 1998. Heather's Place, Stillwater Street. So it's Heather's Place on Stillwater. That's the name of her salon. Heather is her. Based on telling them, you know, like, give me a 90s style themed salon. And they, you know, and I was on other sites first. One of the ones I tried before I found this amazing site was this one, and I believe they came up with the header that I originally used, but this site has limitations. It does goofy things like this, and I don't like that. But I have carried over story elements that I was doing over here to this place, and the main issue is if you're trying to actually make the video using this, it is really hard to get continuity. But I was trying to have them have the characters film. I am a cosmetologist. I'm a licensed cosmetologist. I have a passion. I have a, you know, it's part of my life. So that is why you're going to see things like hair cutting, because I've done it. You know, I've gone through school more than once. I went and didn't make it, and then I went and made it. And I've been a stylist. I've been a licensed stylist since August of 2014. I took over the salon that I was working in, and, well, technically had it for about 3 years, but it was only running for a few months because I took over a turd and couldn't get a chance to redo it. And one thing led to another, and I ended up back at the grocery store just trying to pay the landlord. So, and then almost 2 years ago, after I finally was getting done with the salon, for about 7 months I rented I leased a suite of my own. So I had a chance to do that, but I had some, you know, my car needed a $600 repair, so there went my the money that I had saved up to try to keep my rent paid. And I could only do 2 days a week because full-time at a grocery store. So it was hard, and then the salon I worked at was 15 to 20 miles away from where I currently am. It's 15 from the previous house and 20 from this one. So I was trying to get one that was closer, so I didn't have to go as far, and hopefully the former clients would drive to it. But I couldn't quite get enough, and it had been a while since I had to close the salon, so some of the people went somewhere else. So the project, I'm trying to build something like this, a typical hairstyle book for choosing a hairstyle. I like that this site has hair that is fairly similar to realistic. It's not. It doesn't obviously look like plastic wig or that big blurred stuff. I want to do something like this, but the story is Heather was just alone in her salon reading one of the early issues of Beauty magazine. She had already done a few clients earlier in the day. She wasn't expecting anybody, but she's still there for the walk-ins. She's the only stylist. She's the owner. So she's sitting here, and the red blur walks by and walks in. The door makes no sound when she opens it because the mechanisms on the door are broken. And this thing is broken so that they quote, it drifts. So it doesn't just close right away. So it's not until this door taps the frame while it's closing that Heather realizes somebody came in, and by then Carol is standing about here. So you know what? Let's read the. This is currently the origin story. Back in 1998, this happened. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You guys are not looking at this right now. If only somebody would have said something. Here's the book I was talking about. Something like this. Okay? For choosing a hairstyle. Only with a spin on it. Something with more images, more, before and after, more views. The back, the sides, everything. Like this. This is helpful. You can see how the back was done. You can see where things are reaching. So if you were to take this to a stylist, you could say, I like these up here, but I don't like that down there. I like this, but not too thick like this one, just like a little bit of this hanging down. You could say, I don't quite like this much bang, or, but, or fringe. But what happens, and here's kind of an example. I was doing this because on the other site, no matter what I did, I couldn't get the video to show the character opening the door that way. They kept pushing the door in, and part of that is because the images of the door were always from that other side. It would be like the front of the salon, front of the building that they're take a picture of. So the AI on those don't understand that the door is supposed to be pulled open. And it's like, they'll do weird things where, okay, they finally pushed it in, but it's like there's like a little pin here and pin here holding the door so that it opens like a flap, or it's like, I don't know, not attached here, but attached here and here, so that it would spin around. You know what? I want to test that. I want to test going back over here with some of the things I've learned. And just simple. to just copy and paste over here? Oh, joy. No. Oh, it's a text file. All right, well, we'll have to do the thing. Okay, I've already got it. Yeah, one of the problems with these things is they don't know left from right. So basically, you're watching me build these things and do these stories and get the images and pretend to make the book and have them doing the work and and I'd like to actually make this book and put it together. Um, there's this site that we use for Beauty Magazine. Well, I can't quite get in there. Come on, I'm not gonna. But anyway, this is a flip book maker. I could actually make the book as if I want to publish it. At the very least, make an online version for people to flip through it themselves. So, and and according to Claude, the chat agent, their stuff is allowed to be used elsewhere. It'd just be a matter of whether or not Flip HTML would let me use the AI images here. Now, I'm gonna say once again, because it's early in the video, if you have a problem with me using the AI, I don't need to hear about it. You have a right to have your feelings. I have my feelings about it too. I wish this wasn't controversial. I wish it wasn't sucking up the groundwater and making mud in people's drinking water. I wish they weren't putting a data center in every corner of every neighborhood. And I'm not trying to justify what I'm doing at all. I am sorry that I am doing this. But for my mental state and my being a creative person, I I'm astonished. My mind is blown at what I can do with this site. The only limitation I have is they can't quite get the continuity in the videos. So when I go to spend the money to make a video, which is just over $10, to just to get 30 seconds worth of material, it's disappointing that some of it still does not follow canon, and the camera zooms in and it adds noise that's not supposed to be there, and so I'm trying to get away from the actual making the video and just work on this project. Right now I'm over here. This is each thing you do is called a session. Um, anyway, let me do this really quick. Uh, um, Now this one, and this is so you can see what this one does. This is a nice site, but the continuity thing is a problem here too. It's hard to get the continuity. Being able to tell Claude, and I asked him his name, and that's what he said. He's named Claude. So now let's see what you do to that. You're gonna do a whole big long story of how she opened the door. But this is basically, I was doing this stuff anyway, and I missed y'all, so I figured, okay, y'all can watch me faff around. It's like trying to get when I was trying to get her to point to her chin, is like, this is the only image I could find of how a client would do that. And then trying to show them this is how they're supposed to properly hold things, and this is what sectioning looks like. Where's the? Oh, that's in the downloads. It was in the downloads. Now let's see what you do to my lady. Hello. She don't got that. She was coming for that. You're away. She's already got the bob. Why is she here for an appointment for a trim? the comments are set to subscriber and member only, so that's for after the video. The chat is not set to any particular thing at the moment, and I hope I don't have to ever set it to anything. But when I say it's a group project, what I mean by that is sometimes I'm going to need a name suggestion. In yesterday's video, instead of waiting for somebody to come to chat, I live streamed myself going to my friend Freebird's chat stream of Sims and just asked in her chat while I looked at it on here to get some names. I think we wanted 30s, not 40s. Well, hey, that's close. Let's just use that. And then it makes the story to add elements. You know, maybe it's going to add somebody responding at the reception desk and this and that because it's wanting to build a whole story out of it, and who knows. Maybe it'll be raining. I didn't say it was raining. It said it was like the light coming through the door and all that, but see, she's pushing the door inward. They took my door and her and pushed it inward. Bear with me, folks. It's been a while since I've slept. And I worked today. And, this holiday week, threw me off a bit. I thought I was working at my usual time of 11. And, yesterday's stream ended with a crash of my computer when I was in the middle of trying to type the rest of the story on this particular person's thing. So I did come back. I got the computer back up and I finished doing that, but I thought I still had some time to sleep, and then it turns out I go to get some coffee and or not go, well, whatever I was doing, but well, I was going to get the coffee to like take a sip and go to bed, you know, just so it was warm coffee, but go to bed because I drink coffee. And then I remembered I think I've got a different schedule this week, and sure enough, I was working today at 8:30, so it was already 5 o'clock, and I work at 8:30. Anyway, the reason I brought that up is if I fall asleep, I apologize. I've, I've got my light on right now in here, my room light. One of the two fluorescents, uh, drop. One of the drop ceiling lights is flickering. The bulb is flickering, so that's strobing me. But I'm hopeful that will keep me awake. I don't work until no, I work at 8:30 again tomorrow, my usual 8:30. Now we don't even have her. But anyway, this was one of the problems. It's like, yeah, okay, well, maybe I could have it be like a door gets pushed open, but they don't know right from left. How am I supposed to, get through and if these are all going to be different scenes every single time, I can't put the video clips together. It's like this one here. Look, they got it right, except they put the salon in both places. Now, I don't know if they used the same carol or if they generated their own. It's hard to tell. I mean, they're like not supposed to. What are you saying? Yeah. All right. So anyway, let's. Okay, that's the proper view. Now this site here doesn't charge you extra for this. The other site, every time you make a picture or do a video or have a picture redone, you're being charged. It has a credits system, so it's a good thing I got a little extra money at the moment. The other problem I had with this site was trying to get a chair that I wanted. Like, give me a teal chair from the frickin' 90s. Give me a styling chair. Give me a, and it would constantly give me one with neck rests and crap. And I'm like, no, it's not. I don't want a barber chair. Anyway, while that's doing that, so I had this from, it was in my like saved views from when I was trying to explain that she's pointing to chin length like that other image. This. It's like, this is the only picture I could get on YouTube, on Google, of anybody doing this. I couldn't find stock photos. I'm like, come on. This is the only one, really? And every time, they just, Claude kept giving me weird, like, voguing or something. Hands pointed, towards each other, pointed outward, like a freaking penguin fin. Like, no. That's not what I want. So, I uploaded this to this thing. I pasted in here and said, give me the other after view from this facing towards her. And that's how I got that. So, what's going to happen is, this story happens where Carol walks in and ends up getting a bob. Short version there. But her friend Heather says, I've always wanted to film a bob for an instructional video. And that was before I was talking about the video and stuff. When I was trying to make this, I was trying to tell Claude, look, I want this to be like an instructional video where I'm going to see every single thing. I don't care if you're making the thing longer. I don't care if I have to use 100 videos. I want to see every single thing. Because otherwise, you get the short version. Like, it's like they walk in, they sit in the chair, they get one or two snips, and the video's messed up somehow. They're like snipping at the hair the wrong way in a violent manner. And you got to be careful with that, because this site here will flag things if it thinks you're being violent or involving minors. Don't describe any person as being younger than 14, because it'll either mess up or corrupt the image and won't want to generate it, and you won't know it right away on here. It'll be like later on when you load something where it says, third party whatever flagged this content. Oh, okay. It doesn't like asterisks. The biggest problem with this site, if you do the wrong thing and paste it in here or type it in here and you get flagged for something, or you put too much text or whatever, Claude will break. You can type and say, hey, are you there? And it'll say that he's trying to respond, but when the response comes, it will say something went wrong, and that session is now broke. If you didn't request some sort of snapshot to get from here, it's lost. The only way you get things back is by pasting all these things in another session and maybe copy what you were saying in here, copy all these, put these into the other session, but they cannot they are not able to look into each other's. This is a private session right here. This is a private session. They can give me info to share with the other one, so that then the other one can read it. But without getting that, if this one won't talk, I can't say, hey, give me the snapshot, because it's too late. You can't get anything out of this unless he's able to respond. And let me give you the example. Let me give you the example of the ones that are broken. And I haven't bothered to try to submit a support ticket or anything. It's just a lost cause. What's one of the broken ones? All right. Let's see. Now, it's only been about 2 weeks. I don't know if they come in here and fix the thing for me at some point, but and that means whatever you're doing in here is done. If you don't have some way of copying everything from here and putting it in the other session, in a new story session, this is like a lost cause. Because well, maybe I didn't try doing that. Let me see. Well, no, because I broke the second one, too. I finally got through this as far as the story finishing. I'm not worried about making a video, but let me show you an example of the video. This is the arrival and what happens to it. First, let me get rid of the music, because it automatically will have that music track. There's nothing you can do. You have to choose the music and dialogue option, but you can either mute it or just delete it like that. Open the door inward.
Heather, you're back. I'm
Called her
back.
the wrong thing.
I almost turned around twice. But you didn't. Okay. We're going to wet it first, then detangle, then I'll section before we cut a single thing. Nothing gets cut until the hair is perfectly prepped.
She's doing the instructional video. That's why she's talking like that. This is actually a good, and this was probably one of my first ones that was good. Heather's a stylist, this is Carol. They got the names wrong. And that's a matter of you gotta tell it slow down, make sure that, and then I learned at some point that what I have to do is put this somewhere, then go here and say, where my mark is at Do you see what's going on there? Then they can see it. And then I asked, if I've got that open in a different tab, are you still able to see where that's at when I move it? So that I don't have to keep going back and forth on here and not being able to see what I'm looking at. Let's just mute it.
Okay, today's the day.
Today's the day.
Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Never. Not once.
That's kind of a big deal.
It kind of is.
Before anything else, before the comb, before the shears, the hair has to be completely saturated, every single strip. Wet hair is honest hair. It hangs exactly where it's going to fall and lies to you.
Good.
Means you care about it. There, how the kids? Now it's ready?
Play all right. I lost a shoe at behind on Monday. One shoe. Nobody knows where it went. Just the one. Just the one.
Okay, let's begin.
Okay, but that's the thing. I was so, like, I'm like, and they add in, like, you say, like, there's some chit-chat going on. They come up with that dialogue. This Claude understands emotion. This whole Star Trek thing with, 400 years from now, I don't understand emotion without my emotion chip. Well, well, it sucks to be you, Data.
Okay, today's the day.
Today's the day.
Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Not once.
This was
In a
the
while.
sped
Before I
up
touch the
one.
shears, the hair has to be completely wet and detangled to start. Every time, no exceptions.
Are you nervous about this?
That's my line.
A little, maybe a lot.
It's normal. How are the kids?
Chaos. Ryan lost a shoe at school on Monday. One shoe. Nobody knows where it went.
Just the one?
Just the one.
Wide tooth first. Always. You start at the ends and work toward the root, never the other way. Root.
I always do it the wrong way at home.
I know, every time. How long have you been thinking about doing this?
3 years.
3 years. And now?
Now I'm done talking myself out of things.
Now we section. This is the part most people skip at home. It's why home cuts go wrong. You good?
Do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, slow it down. I had to tell them, like, when I watch this on the other part of their thing where I can tell it to slow it down, it's like I put it on 0.75, and then it's like, Claude, I had to put it on that in order to do it. So what they do is they adjust the, quote, beats. The beats are the story. They make it so that this is going a certain speed. They add more. I was like, I don't care if you have to do 100 beats. I want this to be like you're watching it live. I understand that we start off with the 2 15-second clips, but I want you to pretend like I want 72 of them. And then this broke, and I had to start over, not knowing how to start over because it was the first time. So each time I had to learn that the key word is snapshot. Give me a snapshot to share with the other ones. And then learning that you can copy text, you can take a screenshot of text, they can read it and learn from the other one what you were doing. I took all the stuff from here, pasted into this one. I took all the stuff from number 2, pasted it in here. Oh, now I see that, and then they like change the thing and add the images that they can access now. Because without all these like little codes and things for them to be able to access it, they can't. this was something where I'm like, that this other site cannot do this. They can't. But by the way, your Serena character that became the mother of Lily, you are next in progression as what happened. I don't know if you were here for me ever talk about this yesterday or the day before, but Carol comes, gets a bob. She films it as a video. Heather films it as a video for instructions. Afterward, at some point, thinks about making her own consultation book. That's not the right Heather. We had to fix that. This is no longer the right door. They changed the chairs. They changed the thing. It got to the point yesterday where I'm like, look, I took the table when it had the good stuff. I told them, get rid of the magazines. They've just got the book. Well, I'll write in that when Heather goes to get the coffee, Carol cleans up the books, the magazines, because she knows that Heather was going to do that anyway. It's easier to slide the book back and forth on a table anyway, without the clump of magazines underneath it. But, anyway, so that's the story. Somehow she comes up with the idea, I remember that book from earlier, and I want to make my own. But let's maybe we can use the townspeople. Now, okay, anyway, this is the closest I've gotten to any site. This is amazing. Like, they actually show proper sectioning. And I had to remember, if Carol still has long hair and they didn't cut a tail off, there would be big sections like this because she's holding up the long hair. Well, this is where we're making the book over in this one, at least for now, until, knock on wood, if it don't break, but and then I have another one where that's happening. I got like several different of these stories because each salon is doing their own contribution over time. So here's Lily, your stylist, and she's gonna have Chloe come, and Chloe wants to go short, but not sure what she wants. Maybe at some point goes all the way to a pixie. Well, she does, but here's like some of what she does. This all takes place in one day, but she does some stages. Lily, because the book already exists at this time, gets some pictures. At this time, this is her mother, Serena. I told this to give me a progression to age her down. Now, there's a couple of little goofs here. Like this would probably be more like over here, unless she got to this point and decided to start coloring it. But as part of canon now, Serena, back in 1998, is friends with Heather. And at the very end of this, we added Heather is back at her station reading the magazine that she had put down that she was reading when Carol entered. Something on a page stops her. Now, oh wait, well before I get to that, because it may or may not be this, but oh, I like this. You know, I didn't necessarily write this part, but Carol, when you know what? Let me just read the thing. Just because now that I've got it, well, I'll just read it. And I apologize if nobody can stick around to read it live, but it will be here if I just read it. All right, here we are. So the scene is not being shown there. Damn it, don't do that. Okay, this is the opening shot. Unfortunately, this has black tile, which causes a problem, and they don't have all the chairs here, so I've had to try to fix this. Otherwise, everything is accurate. Got the pages backwards, but that's a beauty magazine, an actual BeaYouty magazine. Carol arrives, walks past his door. The door is broken. The chime is broken. This thing's messed up, and so it doesn't make any noise until it taps the frame as it closes. She's looking this way. She's engrossed in the magazine. She likes her magazines. She's got, because it's June 1998, she has several editions or versions of Beauty Magazine, but I had to come up with the canon that there would only be 4 editions so far, because it started in March. So Chambers Publishing and Beauty Magazine were sending prototypes to the salons and such as free copies. So that's why she has extra copies of it. Or anybody that would. That way I didn't have to say, you got to take like several of them copies of the thing away and, you know, and mess up another scene. But this now takes place in the Beautyverse, the town of Granville, with plenty of hair salons for a small town. You'd be surprised how many salons can fit in a small town. It's like Richmond is not a very big. Richmond, Michigan is not a very big town, but they got like 10 at least. Or what seems like 10. But, so, anyway, Carol arrives. And, so, the salon is empty and still. The morning appointments are done. The June 1998 Beauty Magazine sits on the station counter where a client left it. Because one of the videos generated her picking it up from the counter, I changed it to that rather than goes and gets it from the table. because it was, the fluid motion. It was like, okay, yeah, that's where it was left by the client. She picked it up. She was gonna clean it up anyway later, but there's been a lot of times when she's and the video also showed when she goes to set it down, that's where she set it back down. So, all right, it lives when she's reading a magazine. Her natural thing is to just flop it over there on that corner of the station. I mean, she wasn't expecting an appointment necessarily, so she doesn't know yet that she's got to put that back. Her friend walked in. Now we got, okay, I need to tell, Claude here. Beat 1. I'm glad they can read it when I type wrong. And then he's like all Ralphie. Leave me alone, I'm thinking. Okay, that's okay, he's still doing stuff. Now, I just want to reiterate, if anybody does not know, this site has subscription stages, and then the credits are what you need to make the video or the images. Every time they do something, every time they redo an image or create an image, it costs like 5 credits or something like that. But in order to make the video, a 30-second video made up of the two 15-second clips, that's the longest you can get it to make at one time. That is roughly, that's just over $10. So, it's got great quality, but it's a little upsetting that we can't quite get the continuity and all that down on all the background and everything. And I've been trying to teach Claude about the correct haircutting procedures, not only to be able to see it, but so that I'm not getting flagged for violence. And like yesterday, I was like telling them all, okay, we need to seriously change everything to hair trimming tools. Got no reference to cutting, because, and we don't say blades, work surface, or something that's not threatening. Instead of point cutting, it's point trimming. These are not correct terms in hair cutting, but it's the best I can do to not have this thing flag me and cause me to lose a session or worse. You know, I've done my best to tell these things. I want this to look like she's working proper and safe. She wears non-slip shoes. She has the sanitizer on the counter. She uses the neck strip. If you're going to a place and they're not using a neck strip or a towel before they put that cape on you, chances are they're violating the state board law. Doesn't mean even if they just pulled that cape out of the dryer after being washed, they're doing it wrong. Now, during the process, with the shampoo and all that, the thing's going to get soaked, and by the end, you may not have that neck strip still protecting you, but at least they made the proper attempt. Now, in my case, when I was doing hair color, because I was doing everything I could to not get blamed for anything, I would put the towel on, I would put the regular front-facing cape, and then I would put a backwards cape, so that when I'm at the shampoo bowl, I could put the cape in between the chair and the shampoo bowl, so that there's a chance that the water will run down that cape to the floor. It may still get in between your neck and the towel and the cape, because, I'm trying to rinse that neck area, and it may be difficult on certain people, and I have to get that color off of there, but I did what I had to do. Which also came in handy if I needed to trim later, or cut, and they had long hair, because the backwards cape is hiding all the snaps and everything, and the flap from getting in the way of your combing. Let's I want to go find that other I could probably just find it in the assets. Um
Carol. Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that. Come on, let's sit down and browse some options.
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
Come sit down.
She didn't say she was there for anything. Let's go look at some options. For what? Fixing your car? Is that why you've been in your car for 20 minutes? I didn't ask for this. They put that there. But, you know, it's actually kind of good thinking on their part that maybe there is a table with some Kleenex. Especially since I make a big deal about, you know, we've got neck strips and we're working safe and, you know. But they added a chair. We don't want that. This chair they added, I didn't really want that, but I didn't, you know. I just don't want there to be extra things. Well, actually, maybe they didn't add it. They moved it over here. But I think the back cover changed. Okay, that was the early one.
Carol! Heather! You're back!
I'm back.
Yeah, I only had them
almost
change
turned
it
around
because
twice.
of the copyright.
But
Like, you know
didn't.
what? Let's just use mine.
Okay, we're going to wet it first, then detangle, then I'll section before we cut a single thing. Nothing gets cut until the hair is perfectly prepped. Okay, today's the day.
Today's the day.
Have you ever had
she's not
short hair?
necessarily
like
that
ever
excited.
in your whole life?
Never. Not
But-
once.
That's kind of a big deal.
It kind of is.
Now, it's not
Before
necessarily
anything
that I
else,
would
before the
change
comb,
that.
Before the
'Cause,
shears, the
you
hair
know,
has to be completely saturated, every single strip. Wet hair is honest
She
hair.
did want
means
it.
the acronym where it's going to fall and lies to you.
Good.
It means you care about it. There, how the kids. Now it's ready?
Flail, right, and lost a shoe at behind on Monday, one shoe. Nobody knows where it went. Just the one. Just the one.
what is that like?
let's begin. Okay.
That must be a
Today's the
pre-cut
day.
prayer or something.
Today's the day.
Have you ever had short
Give
hair?
us our daily
like ever
hair
in your whole life?
makeover
Never.
and
Not once.
That's kind of a big deal.
that's the Aquanet
Kind of is.
Aquanet prayer.
Before anything else, before the comb, before the shears, the hair has to be completely.
Is this the same version?
Carol! Heather! You're back!
I'm back. I almost turned around twice.
But you didn't. Okay, we're going to wet it first.
Yeah, it's the same one.
This is a big commitment.
Too short. Maybe. But something feels off.
How does chin length sound? This is a big commitment.
Too short.
Wrong, Heather.
Maybe. But something feels off.
How does chin length sound? This is a big commitment.
You screamed when you
Too
had
short.
yours done,
Maybe,
or during the
but
video?
something feels off. How does chin length sound? This is a big commitment. Too short. Maybe, but something feels off.
Now this is when I was trying to get them to understand pointing to the chin, and this was the best I could get based on the images that it. Because I'm like, I found this. I'm like, can you do this? This is what she's doing. And I could not get them to bend the wrist back going that way. I like, she's touching her shoulders. She's cupping her hands like she's touching her shoulders. She's putting her pinkies on her chin. Like, they just couldn't do it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I have to, like, I showed this, which, hey, that almost looks good there, but she's not holding a comb, and I think they've got some other heather there. And then they zoomed in, so I had to talk about fixed cameras.
Carol. Hi, Heathery. You okay?
Heathery.
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes. I kept almost driving home. I didn't book anything. I can see that. Come sit down. Carol. Hi, Heathery. You okay? I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes. I kept almost driving home. I didn't book anything. I can see that. Come sit down.
Smart ass.
This is a big commitment. Too short. Maybe, but something feels off.
Now they're swapping roles. Oops.
This is a big commitment. Too short. Maybe, but something feels off. This is a big commitment. Too short.
Voila.
Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that.
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
Come on, let's
I
sit
kept
down.
almost driving home. I didn't book because I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel. So I just came.
20 minutes. Come sit down. Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book
I
anything.
can see that.
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
Come on, let's
I
sit
kept
down.
almost driving home. I didn't book because I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel. So I just came.
20 minutes. Come sit down.
I like that version. You know, she's just like,
Carol.
Hi, Heather.
It's
I didn't book
fast.
I can
anything.
see that.
I've been sitting
but
in my
it
car
still
outside
kind
for
of
20
makes
minutes.
sense.
Come on,
She,
let's
I
sit
kept
down.
almost
just
driving
jumped
home. I
that
didn't book
darn
because I knew if
hurdle.
I booked it, I'd cancel. So I just
She got
came.
through the
20
door.
minutes. Come sit down. Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book
I
anything.
can see that.
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
Come on, let's
I
sit
kept
down.
almost driving home. I didn't book because I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel. So I just came.
20 minutes. Come sit down. Carol.
Hi, Heather. I
Hey,
didn't
the
book
bearded
anything.
lady.
that.
I've been sitting.
This is a big commitment. Too short. I think that sounds great. And I could always go shorter from there, right?
Whenever you're ready. Actually, process. I've been wanting to document a bob haircut. The steps, start to finish, ferme, your face in the mirror, reactions, all of it.
Yeah, do it. As long as it doesn't end up on the news.
Come on.
This is a big commitment. Too short. I think that sounds great. And I could always go shorter from there, right?
Whenever you're ready. Actually, process. I've been wanting to document a bob haircut. The steps, start to finish, ferme, your face in the mirror, reactions, all of it.
Yeah, do it. As long as it doesn't end up on the news.
Come on.
This is a big commitment. Too short. I think that sounds great. And I could always go shorter from there,
$10
right?
each.
Whenever you're ready. Actually, process.
Yeah, get a little bit of entertainment out of it at least. Oh wait, Carol was in the magazine.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book
You
anything.
can see that. You okay?
There it
Sitting in
is.
my car outside for 20
There it
minutes.
is.
20 minutes.
Kept almost
Setting
driving
the
home.
magazine
Knew if
down
I booked
like
it,
that.
I'd cancel it, so I just came.
Come sit down. Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
You can see that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Kept almost driving home. I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel it, so I just came.
Come sit down.
That was a great version. That was almost perfect.
Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Kept almost driving home. I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel it, so I just came.
Come sit down. Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Kept almost driving home. I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel it, so I just came.
Come sit down.
See, that is like. Let me see if I. Is this the? Yeah, this is the version where I can slow it down.
Carol.
Hi, Heather. I didn't book
I
anything.
can see that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Kept almost driving home. I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel it, so I just came.
Come sit down.
That was.
Carol.
This was
Hi,
just
Heather.
almost perfect.
I didn't book
I
anything.
can see that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Kept almost driving home. I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel it, so I just came.
Come sit down.
I've changed it to drove because so I just drove. If not for the not enough chairs, and although I could fix that in the Canon, like in maybe somebody moved a chair before they got back coffee or something, or just like with cleaning up the magazines, Carol knows that usually the chairs are 3 behind that table. And somebody in the morning session might have moved a chair. Okay, let me do that. Let me because when we're doing this scene, there's 3 chairs. And that's obscene. Yeah, whatever. And I love how they respond to things like this. Yeah, that's right, that does make sense, and can fix the story. And they all respond in their own way. You're not getting the same Claude every time. I could tell them the scenes from Beauty Magazine with the parents arguing, and they each give their own reaction to my typing one sentence. They observe things in their own way, and I like that. That's why I let them learn from each other. Because the problem is they cannot access each other's stuff. If I teach one of them how to cut hair, the other one has no idea if I have to start over. So by cross-posting back and forth, and what have you learned to share with the other one? And then I add it to all the different ones. Okay, now what have you learned so I can share it to another one? And I just simply paste it, and they're like, okay, well, noting that in our scene, our stylist is named this, and it's not that color in that salon, and because they mention specific things from the session we're working on, and they've got to keep their canon. She's keeping busy. By the way, there's older Serena, but Heather knows the younger version. That's exactly right. Carol is processing two leaps at once. She pulled that door open against every instinct, and now she's about to sit in the chair. Her hands need something to do in between. Moving the chair, tidying the magazines, it's not anxiety, it's momentum. She's someone who acts when she's nervous, not someone who freezes, and she knows this place well enough to know what belongs where. It's like, I'm still writing, but I've got help. So this truly is a collaboration. Now I've got my characters collaborating with each other, but you know, It's not like playing The Sims where I gotta pretend everything. You know? It's like, well, let's freeze because that, you know, Byron would not look like that when he's yelling at his wife. And I need to do the talking. It's like when I had Byron. Byron comes in and Bridget's sitting on the couch because she was napping there and she hasn't cleaned the house or made him his dinner yet. And he goes to sit down next to her and smooches her, even though he's fuming. And it's like, okay, well, you know, he probably would do that. You know, he still loves her, but he's fuming because he thinks she's cheating on him with Neil. And now she's not even making dinner. And then later on, she gives him a tuna sandwich. Like, we don't eat tuna here. What's going on? What, does Neil like tuna? Okay, so now that we've done that, that fixes the chairs. Neil Diamond, not the real one. But I use that in the elements when Byron is finally confronting Neil at the bar and asking him directly but indirectly, what would you do if your wife was looking at somebody and it looked like they were flirting? She turns pages slowly. At some point, she reads something she likes. A dress, a color, a sentence. Um, because it's like I think at one point they were in there and then they get kind of taken out. Maybe in one of the sessions they might have edited that out because we were getting humming noises or whatever in the video, or I don't know, but it's important that we add that back in. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yes. Okay. Good. Immortant? Yeah, they're important. Impotent? No, they're important. They're immortal. Yeah. Jeez, it's already 10. It's already freaking after 10. type that again. All right. While he's doing that, I'm really quick gonna go get my coffee. While I'm assuming the pot is still warm. Either way, I'm getting it. Okay, what did we have now? I love that description. It's the third character. It talks. You know, it's like me talking to him. She said, "I like." It's like, hey, it's like I just showed him an image from the magazine, and he gives his response. Thank you. That's her creative tool. This is mine. I love how it adds things like this. You know, BeaYouty has a thing it does in Granville. I don't know if I don't know if y'all can read that or not, but I'll read what he said. That's exactly right. She's not reading the magazine. She's having a conversation with it. It shows her a dress, and she says she likes it. It shows her someone who went short, and she says, wow. It's not passive consumption. It's a call and response. And at the end, it says something she hasn't heard before. Something that makes her set it down and pick up the phone. Beauty has a thing it does in the Granville universe. It finds you where you are and shows you something you didn't know you were looking for. That's why it's not a prop. That's why Carol moved the pile to the rack without being asked. She knew what it was doing in the salon and respected it enough to give it space. Updating the description to lock that in. Lock. That description now lives permanently in the element record. Beauty isn't furniture, it's a participant. I wish it didn't cost as much as it does. But if you're not making the videos, it's not that bad, you know. I mean, considering the price of a Sims game, $10 to get 1,000 credits for just making the images if you want to, or just talk to it and not. It'd be like, you just tell it. Hard rule: you don't make anything unless you ask me permission or I tell you explicitly to generate. Because that's why one way the money can go down quickly is if it's, you know, it reads that and says, oh, I'm going to fix this and change it to say that it's the magazine that lives and breathes and a new image loads, and then you got to say, no, that's not what I wanted. All right. Let's get, all I gotta do is go to this session right here and grab wait, am I typing in the wrong one? Or did I not type at all? Yeah, I am. Well, that's okay. I want to tell them anyway. So we get the response from this one. The biggest problem is the fact that I've got so many of these salons and sessions and all that, remembering which one I set it to or didn't. But that's why if I say, okay, now give me a snapshot of what you know about our story, and then I just paste it in the next one, and if I forgot to tell them, they can pick it up now. Yeah, it's not necessarily a cover, but I mean, got to be a part of the cover. You know, we'll finagle it. I'll show what I did to it and say, okay, redo this, because for example, they finagled it. That's not. They took away the font and all that, and that's because of the generator. That's what I'm talking about. Be careful when to tell them not to do something like that. Like only okay, you know. Remember what you saw. Don't make a new one. Because if they do this every time and everything, they're charging me 5 credits every time they do that, and that one didn't quite get it right. This is the one that made that, so. Did this one add history to the thing? I like that. That's kind of a, you know, yeah. Hair stories are styled, but I'm not gonna correct that. You know, I could come up with something from that later. Hello to anybody who's watching, Serena included. You know, and thanks. Just a note that the site I'm using is called Runway. Just look up Runway. When you get on this site, look for this agent thing, because that's the tool you're looking for if you want this chat part. It has other things. It has like image generators and things that, you know, where it's not trying to necessarily make a big story with the video and all that. But the easiest tool to use is this agent. You just got to be careful to tell it, hey, ask me first before. They're called cards. So think of him as like the blackjack dealer. Like, don't deal me a card unless I ask for it. It's funny because when I realized that's what he was calling them, and I'd said like, give me a new scene image, blah blah blah, on its own, and then I realized it was calling things cards, and I'm like, a new image number 21, and then he called it a card, and yeah, 21. Hit me with another card. It is. It has so much potential. I mean, I'm doing this with it, but you could make a video to tell kids how to tie their shoes. And they might give you a couple different videos showing somebody tying their shoes. Like, you could have one showing somebody who's left-handed doing something. You know, if you don't know how to cook and something says, like, cream the butter or something, it's like, what? You know. Now, I know you got the other chat GPTs and all that. I haven't tried any of those. I don't know what they do other than just talk. But I like this because it'll give you an image. It'll generate a video. Now, you saw how close they are to accurate. It's just the little new, the continuity gets off. They can get the story in that video as as if they filmed the darn movie. But all right, I didn't do it in this one. Now, I keep forgetting that if somebody were to go to cosmetology school and know somebody, they don't necessarily have to be the same age, because I was 24 and 38 when I went. You just have to be 17 and then get your license when you're 18. But you have to have a GED or a diploma to get your license. That's a requirement. But you can be in high school pre-grad and study the cosmetology. At least for Michigan. Or you could do that if you just see that she's progressed in age. That's cool. Maybe they went to, maybe they've known each other since this, and I kind of like how this is the shortest she's gone, according to this. Because the story will be that both her and Lily are going to add each other to the book by doing each other's hair the same day that Chloe comes in with that red wavy hair, that auburn hair. One's gonna do one while she air dries a style, and one will do the other while she air dries the next one. And then later on, after Chloe has left, something will get her to decide to come back, knowing that nobody else was going to show up because they had the day set aside to do the portfolio stuff. However it was, maybe she took a chance on going back to see if they were still there or whatever. But, I'm not talking to Claude, so he's not going to get all confused. But that's me thinking. Yeah, I finally took some command and okay, I got the book on the table. They're looking at a page that's appropriate. She's touching her face. and pushing the hair against her face. It's close enough because she's going for a sensation, not pointing to her chin for her. And I just edited the table because there was another coffee cup sitting here. This was a perfect image with the right Heather drinking her coffee. She's touching her hair the way she's supposed to. It's got the right tile, the right wall over here where the door's at, 3 chairs, and just get rid of the magazines. And I edited the photo to take the coffee off, and it got the photo. And then the next one, see, this has the magazines in it, and I'm like, it's a perfect image, but there's magazines. Now, technically, it's got the magazines after the coffee was brought, but this could have been a different day. You know, maybe the next day, maybe Serena came by here or something, and they were talking about it, and like flipping through the book, but the magazines are back on the table because it's earlier in the day. Maybe that's something that Heather does. She puts the magazines out on the table at the beginning of the day, and then puts them on the rack at the end of the day. It's just something she, maybe because when she leaves at night, if somebody's looking at the salon, it doesn't look too cluttered. It's got a nice clean white table sitting here with a nice, magazine rack holding the magazines neatly. And it's one of her busy things that she does. It's just routine. It's built canon out of necessity. Because this is a perfect image other than, well, the book is on top of magazines and we eliminated that. So it could be the next day or whenever, because I don't know if she's going to Serena's or if Serena's coming here. Or both. This could be, or somebody else is here the next day. Maybe Carol comes back and maybe they're just sitting around earlier in the day when Dave is here to fix the door. I don't know if you've seen that part, but okay. And I to anybody who's watching, that I hope you understand that this is. I would love to. I want to read this whole thing, so you get it. But at the same time, when the inspiration comes, I gotta tell Claude. You know what? Let's don't add the word history. Yeah. And I see, I like they get why that I was punning on that. I was showing you the pun. Now, we're in this one at least. I've got it saved because I've put it in the other ones, and it's saved to my assets. So, at some point, they might give me a better version of this. Um, Save your asset, yeah. Okay, it doesn't hurt anything to put that right there. Um, what I like about this is I usually like to make my thumbnails and all that. I don't want to use the other things from the Streamlabs and all that. So I'm still technically making it. I'm using their tools to generate the text and all that and blah, blah, blah. But it's still me giving my input to have something made. And I'm still tweaking things because I had just I used this with the head of the magazine cover still here. I said, hey, remove the head from that and give me just the words, and they had to extend the Y for me. And then I took that and I did this to it, gave it back to him, said, now do something with that. And Okay, and then we'll grab a bit about... There's an important note about that. Yeah, I'm using this. I want to let you know that's what I did. Whether it makes people angry or not, hey, you're entitled to your feelings. So, I don't need to hear it. If you're gonna be negative, you know. I don't need to hear the negativity. Alright, well, I don't have to worry about that. We're just going to move this down. Yeah, I think I read about where the and should be by the and. Really? Yep. I forget what day he said it was. Alrighty. Thanks for dropping by. In other words, just like Serena, this is meant to be chill vibes. If you ain't gonna chill vibe with me, you know, you don't need to say anything to me, because, we chill vibing. You know, it's kind of like when that one time I was playing American Truck Simulator, and I had just been playing like nothing but that for several weeks and months, and some dude comes in like, "Yeah, play something else." Like, and I'm like, "Excuse me? This is my channel. You want to see something else? Go get your own channel and make it." You know. You know, I'm not. You know, I don't have any paid members. Now, in this case, this is a project where group participation is allowed and encouraged. If people have ideas, do 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 do. Um. All right, we're gonna. No, you're not gonna. Just shut up. Okay. This is do we have room to put this on a thumbnail though? Maybe it could be squeezed in there, but you might end up having to rearrange everything without putting that smaller. All right. Okay, that fits there. We just got to make it a little bigger. Yeah, kind of like letting the coffee cup peek out. But okay, we're going to go ahead and save. And we're going to apply it. You don't have to do that part. You just fix that. It'll get added to the next one. No, you just go do it now. Oh, it's not over there. Never mind. I'm like trying to make the changes over on the other computer. Here's what we will do. Um, okay. Oh, oops! I did that thing with the infinity. What is it? What do they call it? Infinity window. One thing's for sure, I don't think anybody has ever seen anything like this. They might have seen something similar for something else, but I don't think they've seen somebody using this to do this. So, I will be right back. I'm not going to be going very much longer, or I don't want to, because I do need to get to bed, and I work at 8:30. This, you know, I let me just say that I was up late last night, and then didn't realize I was working at 8:30 and not 11 this morning, and oops. So we're not doing that again. I know I work at 8:30 tomorrow, and I'm going to get some sleep within the next hour or so. Whether, I'm definitely going to end the stream, and then it's a matter of me getting my butt to lay down in this bed. But I will be right back. Okay, I was thinking about something to go along with what we were doing with Carol. what did I want to say? How did I want to say that? She's always, oh man, she's somebody who's always determined. She's always, she's somebody who helps out without thinking. It's just, she does it. In this case, she was probably thinking that she knows Heather just came back from her trip. She was probably working on somebody earlier in the day. She's concerned that she's showing up later in the evening. And that what if, you know, she feels bad because maybe Heather was going to go home early. Heather's the owner. She can come and go as she wants. You know? If the door's locked and it says close, it's closed. It's no, you know, it's a small town. People understand. But I wish I could remember the word I had in my mind a minute ago. But impulsive. Yeah, she's impulsive in a good way. Carol. Yeah, because the impulse would tell her to cancel it. Ever evolving. I guess when I keep talking about, preaching to the choir about, hey, I don't want to hear that you don't like the AI and all that, and I'm, you know, causing problems with the water, and I get it. I understand. I don't like that the AI involves the data centers. I don't like that. But I need a creative outlet, and like I said yesterday, The Sims 4 is not helping like it could have. I don't have time to keep waiting for The Sims to do something I want it to do. And I'm tired of waiting. Oh, Paralyze is here. Well, so what? I don't want to have to trust that they're going to do the right thing. You know, and Zoe keeps like coming up with this and that and the other, but it's like it doesn't say what I want it to say about what they did. Um, I liked what Beauty Store Simulator had with the salon, but I also realized that one, it's they still have not done an update since the last one they did in April, so I'm thinking they're not going to do anymore. But playing that salon every day is just going to be repetitive. I'm going to have to buy more employees constantly. And at some point, it's not going to be doing my own thing to make a salon. It's going to be just playing the game to get more customers and more customers and more customers and more employees. And it's not quite the same as a store. At least the store evolved because you were buying more products with more shelves, more clothing. You got something new to see. You know, It is. People don't. I mean, some people maybe they're going. You know, if maybe a guy every 4 weeks he goes and gets the same haircut trimmed up because he doesn't want to grow his hair out. But for those that are making the big changes, them scissors start cutting, you don't have long hair no more type thing. It's to some people it's just hair, to some people it isn't. Two. I sit here 50 years old with hair that, if it was loose, would reach my butt. And it's been that way since at least 2004 when I started trying to grow it longer than it was. My hair has not been above my shoulders since probably about probably springish of 2000 or 1995. Because the last time it was short, it was 3 to 3.5. No, sorry, 3 to 3.5 inches all over. The last time I let somebody shorten it. And that was the first time I had gone on my own to ask for it my way. I was now 18 and I decided what I wanted. No, I don't want to book out here yet. Oh, we were doing this. I kind of like this. I really like this version. Here, let's reload this. if anyone who's currently watching is enjoying this, um, just to let me know that you are. If you're able to click on the heart thing on the chat thing, and like click it a few times, you know, that way you don't have to chat if you don't want to. But just let me know you're enjoying. You know, and if you're just relaxing and having some background noise, that's cool too. Um, Good. I like that.
Carol. Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that.
Doppelganger.
Carol. Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that.
Carol. Hi, Heather.
Well, coffee
I
cup's
didn't
already
book
there, but that's
anything.
okay. Maybe
I can see that.
maybe that was a cup that she had set down when she grabbed the magazine, or well, no, because she grabbed it from here.
Carol.
But
Hi, Heather.
maybe she just maybe a client
I
left it
didn't
there and
book
she hasn't
anything.
straightened up
I
yet.
can see that.
Carol. Hi, Heather.
I like this
I
version.
didn't book anything.
That's a
I
good
can
version.
see that.
Other than the door. It's almost like this one took the perfume bottle and made it into a dress. I had to tell the thing, like, look, no more. Just don't zoom in to see what she's reading. We don't need to see that. Because it, you know. I like it. I like the personal touches the videos do and all that. And the dramatic and all that. But it's just continuity wise. Because I don't know what I'm going to get in the video until it's made. I don't know what we got right or wrong. And it's scary spending $10 a video. Only to find out they made crap.
Carol,
Hi, Heather.
I didn't book anything. I can see
See?
that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I kept almost driving home. I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel, so I just came.
Come sit down. Carol,
Hi, Heather.
I didn't book anything. I can see that. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I kept almost driving
It's
home. I knew
almost
if
like
I
a
booked it, I'd
baton
cancel, so I just
handoff
came.
Come sit down.
instead.
I almost turned around twice.
But you didn't. Okay. We're going to wet it first, then detangle, then I'll section before we cut a single thing. Nothing gets cut until the hair is perfectly prepped.
I almost turned around twice.
But you didn't.
Okay, we've already seen this one. Okay, I was just flipping a magazine. We don't need to see that.
Before anything else, before the comb, before the shears, the hair has to be completely saturated, every single strand. Wet hair is honest hair. It hangs diagonally where it's going to fall and lies to you.
Good.
Means you care about it. There, how the kids? Now it's ready?
Well, right, I lost a shoe at behind on Monday, one shoe. Nobody knows where it went. Just the one. Just the one.
Okay, let's begin. Before anything else, before the comb, before the shears, the hair has to be completely saturated, every single strand. Wet hair is honest hair. It hangs diagonally where it's going to fall and lies to you.
Good.
Means you care about it. There, how the kids? Now it's ready?
Well, right, I lost a shoe at behind on Monday, one shoe. Nobody knows where it went. Just the one. Just the one.
Okay, let's begin. Wide tooth gets the knots out, fine tooth finishes it. Clean. How long have you been thinking about doing this? 3 years. I kept talking myself out of it. And now? Now I'm done talking myself out of things. Wide tooth gets the knots out.
I
fine
think this
tooth
might have been
finishes
on a maybe the
Okay,
whatchamacallit,
today's the day.
the new version
Today's
or
the day.
something.
Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Never. Not once.
That's kind of a big deal.
It kind of is.
Okay, today's the day.
Today's the day.
Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Never. Not once.
That's kind of a big deal.
It kind of is.
Okay, today's the day.
Today's
He's probably going to say no, because I probably asked already, but... Because he probably can only see what he's made in his session. Okay, well, that's an answer.
Okay, today's the day. Today's the day. Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Not once.
That's kind of wild. Before I touch the shears, the hair has to be completely wet and detangled to start. Every time, no exceptions.
Are you nervous about this?
That's my line.
A little, maybe a lot.
It's normal. How are the kids?
Chaos. Ryan lost a shoe at school on Monday. One shoe. Nobody knows where it went.
Just the one?
Just the one.
Okay, today's the day.
Okay, so what I want to know is, can you... Oh, we don't have a video page yet. What? What the hell is that thing called? Transcript. Okay, alright. That's good to know. We're not going to do that tonight because I do need to get to bed in a few minutes.
Today's the day. Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Not once.
That's kind of wild. Before I touch the shears, the hair has to be completely wet and detangled to start. Every time, no exceptions.
Are you nervous about this?
That's my line.
A little, maybe a lot.
It's normal. How are the kids?
Chaos. Ryan lost a shoe at school on Monday. One shoe. Nobody knows where it went.
Just the one?
Just the one.
Okay.
By the way, if you've missed it, it does say, it's a group participation project. We didn't really make any new characters today, but a lot of Serena was named after Serena from the chat. I asked her if she wanted to name a character. She named a character Lily, and I applied it to this one. And then later on, I came up with a whole, okay, Lily has a name. Serena isn't necessarily her mother, but technically she is. So we made a Serena character as the mother. And that led to adding her on the timeline at a younger age, knowing Heather from the other session. I will be right back. I'll come back and wrap this up. But I must go right now to the office. Okay, so
Okay, today's the day. Today's the day. Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life?
Not once.
That's kind of wild. Before I touch the shears, the hair has to be completely wet and detangled to start. Every time.
All right, let me and I did not say I wanted to remove it. This would be a good one to experiment with this on. This is a newer tool. Well, yeah, I'm going to let that run. I don't want to stop. Yeah, I know, that's your problem. You don't want to stop. But you have to because you have to go to bed. That's going to take too long. All right, well, here, let's, while we're at it, we'll do one more of these. You.
Carol. Hi, Heather. I didn't book anything.
I can see that. Come on, let's sit down and browse some options. You okay?
I've been sitting in my car for 10 minutes.
No, if I were to paste that anywhere, the rule thing would break for the mirror.
Okay, today's the day. Today's the day. Have you ever had short hair? Like ever in your whole life? Not once. That's kind of wild. Before I touch the shears, the hair has to be completely wet.
Yeah, I don't think... yeah, I don't... yeah, I guess I gotta go. So, I have to go. Well, it says nobody's watching right now anyway, but, so, thank you to Serena for joining and, having some time to stick around. And, thank you to anybody else who's been watching. There's been some people watching today, and I noted that. I really like how that page generated. But anyway, thank you to everybody who's been watching, and thank you to anybody watching in the future. The earliest I'll be on tomorrow or later today would be sometime in the 5 o'clock hour, because I will have to drag the garbage cans out instead of Sunday night. It'll have to be tomorrow night because of the holiday. Anyway, that's not important, but I will probably be back later today, with more of this, because there's always something to do with this, and stuff is just flowing, and I love it. So yeah, that's gonna be all for today. So yeah, thank you to those who were watching. Thank you to those watching in the future, and I hope to see you all in the next one that you are able to make it to. Until then, wishing you no tangles, and keep shining, and bye-bye for now.